Just like earlier when I was like, no more Final Fantasy today. Finish the wallpaper. Nice job, Concerned. Are you guys ready? I'm ready. Are you guys ready? I think we should do. Oh, that reminds me. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, Star Strike. I think we should watch the trailer one last time, and then start. Get in the mood, yeah. One more. You like the rescue? I love the rescue. That was good. Let me mute this. Let me put the internet on. That. Make sure the video quality is high. Make sure the volume is maxed. There we go.
Its land rent by tooth and claw.
You know. And I've had enough of this rot. Come on!
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet there were those who stood in defiance of that fate. The hour is come, Vritra. It's all or nothing. Will our heroes deign to play their part? You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh. secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight. Until the heavens fall. Until our last breath.
Awesome. I'm pumped. It's time. Robin, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Nod. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Ehrenfeld and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Iai Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it, but for a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with an area word spoken, they labored to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way into Charlian. I'm sure of it. Frank's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mrs. Kryl. She says arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldezi and come to assist with the Order's restoration. Significant looks. The arrangement may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Yeah, WoW ended so early I just could not in good conscience stall. I've only streamed for 9 hours. Honestly, if I just turned off the stream at this juncture, I would feel awful. I'd feel like I just let you all down. Can't do that. Alright, let's go talk to Tataru in Limsa Lominsa, from whence we shall set sail to Charlian. You lied? I did lie. I broke my promise. It's true, I can't deny it. But on the other hand, you get to watch me play Endwalker. So, win-win? Ish? If you and Rich end up in the same raid, you'll cancel each other out? True. He stalls, I don't. He clears ultimates, I don't. We're like the opposite. You have an anti-stall system installed? I do. It's called Unremitting Desire to continue learning what happens next. Having no life? No, I don't think that's it at all. I have an amazing life. I play video games all day long. I go outside whenever I want. At least once or twice a year. I hang out with my daughters, play games with them. What could I possibly want more from life? Well, a girlfriend, I guess. But let's not be unreasonable. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Schedule.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Don't you have a wife? No. Do you?
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
What? Doesn't matter.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Kinda robbed Grandpa?
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Don't know if you guys have read a book, but it's easy to understand. Listen, we all understood the words he said. The what is because they had no meaning when he put them together like that.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
He's the opposite of Estinian. Estinian says a lot with few words. Urianger, in that particular sentence, said nothing with a lot of words.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Aww.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hello, Hoary Boulder.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Man, I love that they do this. There are other people doing important work at the same time.
Flamine and
It's
the
a big
others
world.
wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
safe journey. And please, please, be careful.
Does she not have nostrils? These are the things that Robin thinks about while the others are making plans.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Bro.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Are we actually hearing from Mama? It's been a long time. Is it her again? Is she Heidelin? We saw her at the end of Shadowbringers.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Mama?
hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I told you guys we were special. We're not just receiving her ongoing radio transmission.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Bye, Mama.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Nope.
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
He's so excited.
I see it.
Man, I feel spoiled with all this voice acting.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
He's He's not your father anymore.
You do know you're not alone in
Stinian
this,
and I
don't you?
are your dads.
Indeed.
Oh,
'Tis
Andrew
as Sir
Andre.
Stinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I
All
pray
three of us are your dads.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Nod. Is Robin non-binary or very pretty? Yes. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas.
Do you find the curiosity is completely welcome? It's completely okay.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
It's a very pretty city.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Yeah, and the architecture is similar
How
too.
swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Wait, what? I don't understand. What's she saying? Man, that's so nonsensical, I don't even get it.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
What the hell? Just like that? I don't know about letting in foreigners.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
We aliens now? Nah, this here's our land. They just don't know it yet.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Yep.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldesion at your service.
If there's one form of ID that's unfakeable, it's the Archon mark. We ought to get us some of those.
I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Angers. San Credo.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
Paying no attention to
And
Daddy's
Alizé
proclamation
Leveilleur.
about your last names.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
He's handing them an L plus ratio right now.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
We won't start a ruckus.
These
We're
last two
here
are not
for
Sharlayan
peaceful
natives, but
inquiries.
we will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
You just gave me an up and down.
Name and occupation?
Robin Gelson, Nodder.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter.
Oh, yes. We are a craftsman, in fact.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Dragon Rider, Star Diver, God Slayer.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Wow, what's she saying about us?
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
I guess she also doesn't
Croyle,
approve of foreigners.
it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
What's your craft level? I don't even think it's level 1.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Well, so far we've been in Sharlayan for about 10 minutes and we've already lied to immigration twice. Hey guys! Hey everyone! Look at all of you with your checkered parasols. Is Robin extroverted or introverted? Robin's pretty introverted. This is always so cool. It's kind of making me a little sad to realize that this is the last time this will happen. Such a cool expression of the community in this game. Until next time, next expansion, I'll be the one welcoming someone. That's a beautiful dress. That's a beautiful everything. That's a frog. Tobo? Hi. I'm afraid I can't, my UI is off. Everyone looks cool. Everyone does look cool. I love this game. Whoa. That's a big boy. You look a little like Asahi. What an awesome suit that is, though. I only just now noticed you can see their eyes beneath the beaks. That is so creepy. I'm freaked out. Thank you, my friends. I really appreciate this welcome. I need to not be typing in party. Yeah, all the scions just kind of waiting. Look at all the dancers. That's awesome. Hold on, this calls for a treat. Time for the oysters. Let's all have some oysters. Oysters on the half shell. Delicious. Fucking love oysters. Yeah, imagine the immigration officer not knowing who I am when all of these people do. You like oysters but not escargot? Correct. Oysters are delicious, and escargot is disgusting buried in butter. Which makes it tolerable, I guess, but... What do we have here? A golden apple? Delicious! Thank you so much. We love apples. I'll eat it right now. Pizza! Tomatoes and cheese. Perfect. Very traditional. You can eat this apple first, though. Nerai, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, and I'm so grateful for your support. Thank you. An alarmingly overgrown papodo suitable for raising hardy lalafels. Any lalafels reading this may rest assured that this does not qualify as cannibalism. Well, I'm not a lala. I can eat it. Funbeards, thank you for the sub. Petey, thank you for the sub. Rymed, thank you for the 2 months. And Starstrike, thank you for the 2 months as well. I'm very grateful for the support, my friends. Alright, let's have some pizza. We'll save the potato for later. Oh my, it's also time for a nut bake. That looks good. Leech and blood. Huh. Not only is it blood, It's the warm blood of a sentient bipedal creature. A walking person. I don't want it. You keep your blood. Of course it's a Lalafell. Of course it's a Lalafell. Uh-huh, we saw you. I saw you. There's a logical explanation as to why this aged turtle can navigate the skies. Aw, let's take a look at this cute little turtle. Where's the turtle? I need to sort these somehow. Are you a turtle? Baked alien soup. Alien onions are sautéed, simmered in a savory bouillon, topped with crispy cheese for a simple yet satisfying meal. That sounds exactly like French onion soup. What makes it alien? Thank you. We'll give it a try. We found him. Guido. Happiness juice. I love me some happy juice. I don't get enough of that in my life. There he is. What a cute little turtle. Oh my, more happiness juice. N Limit, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm very grateful for the support. Someone's full of juice. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You're looking mighty yellow. A pungent tear-inducing vegetable that thrives in the alkali sands of Near Eastern Thavnair. Typically avoided by the 5 races, it's a favorite amongst chocobos. I hope that you aren't trying to presage the possibility of some onion chopping. Suggesting that this may cause some kind of tears in the future. Thank you very much, my friends. Zolnios, thank you for the Prime sub. Hold on. You guys want to do like a picture? If you do, join me. I would love to take a picture with everyone. I'm going to sit. Sit. That way there's more room for more people. They can sit or they can stand, whatever's good. Scrunch in. We're all friends. No body space necessary. Lala. I think I have to zoom out just a little bit more to fit everyone in. Somebody's bird is flying in front of Persea's face. Alright, way to just walk across our picture, bro. Does he not see us? The photo bomb from the NPC. That was so funny. I'll post these in Discord and probably on Twitter as well. Thank you all very, very much. This is so awesome to see. I love this game so much. It's so special. The community is very special. I think maybe I can zoom in one click. What a cute scene. It's an adorable scene. It's so cute. G-pose? I don't know how to do G-pose. It's so scary. If you guys are good with G-pose, you can also post pictures in the Discord. Look at all this. This is scary. What kind of technology is this? He's back! Yeah, if you guys are doing G-pose already, you can take some photos. Look at that Siamese kitty. I love it. What's Robin looking at, I wonder? Up, I guess. This is so unbelievably heartwarmingly wholesome. I love it so much. A cookie! Thank you for the cookie, I appreciate it. Love cookies. You got a skeleton on your head though. Moon Giga, thank you very much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Hold on, I want to actually look at these screenshots. I have so many screenshots in this game, it's so funny. Because I have none in WoW. You screenshot the jailer kill? Why would I? Alright, Twitter's up. I'm not good with photos, so I don't know if that's the best one, but it looks pretty good. Bear fat. This musky all-purpose oil is commonly used in tinctures as well as lamps. Where? Why would I want that? You can keep the bear fat. The vegetarian. Oh my goodness, what am I looking at? Fisher legend has there was once a mighty Liopleurodon who, unsatisfied with the diet of the Mazu, is said to have set its sights on a plumper prey, namely a portly Lalafillan regent with a penchant for skinny dipping in the warm waters near Hell's Lid. However, the fish quickly learned the limit of its maw's gape and crestfallen abandoned the king, a crown-shaped scar on its upper lip, its only prize. But rather than sulk, this beast from the deep spent the rest of its life devouring creatures far larger than it, and now 5,000 summers later, the descendant of that legendary pioneer polishes off plainsfolk like they were potatoes, proving once and for all, life truly does find a way. Thank you, thank you. I will treasure it until my bags are full. This looks like Coke. I've had some Coke. It was okay. This is purified Coke. It's probably even better. This one's purified? Yeah. Now, does purified Coke taste more or less like Pepsi? Queen Soldier Peace, Hell Diver, and Queen's Warrior Peace. Huh. Cool. I'll see what they look like in the house. Lawyer working corporations? Yeah, we always had mini fridges stocked with whatever you wanted to drink. Coke, Pepsi, anything you wanted. A monkey unky. A giant freshwater fish found in the tepid rivers and lakes of the Black Shroud. A monkey unky. Alright. Offloading? Yeah, I can sell it all later. That's fine. Man, when Robin's happy, he sounds real happy. Luna Tender Blossom. A lovely flower found blooming on a Luna Tender's crown. How beautiful. Alright, time to start the quest. I've got Y'shtola right here. Cat girl, it's not just that she's a cat girl. She's also very carefully crafted to look exactly like Y'shtola. Only the eyes are wrong. All right. Thank you so much, my friends. This was amazing. I loved seeing you all here. I hope you had a wonderful time. I certainly did. Time to cease my stalling. Cease your stalling. It grates my ears. Okay. That was... Okay, here we'll try again. There we go. Thank you, thank you. She ran away from me when I was trying to return the hug. Oh my. What am I even hugging when I hug you? A dried well from Salty Daddy. Have you dreamed of owning your very own well, but are plagued by one or more of the following psychological ailments? Acrophobia, claustrophobia, aquaphobia, bathophobia, or clethrophobia? Well, fear no longer. This quality stone well, manufactured in Eorzea with 100% Eorzean materials, requires no hole to be dug, no ground to be sanctified, and no chain letters to be passed along to your dearest enemies. Let's go. I can use that. Alright, that's just bragging. Hold on. Sending that to Roger. Alright, let's see what Kyle has to say now that we have successfully made it through immigration. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I actually just did that. We relaxed here for a little while. That's easy to get. Just more proof that it doesn't need to be hard to get in order to look awesome. That bow looks amazing. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Robin and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, oh my goodness, this guitar. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesian Annex. How does that sound? Hey, Nagi! You gotta tell me what JSVC means. It's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Leveilleux estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. Jeep Sex Voice Club. Okay. I didn't see that coming. And let's keep it that way. I am equally untethered, as it were. There's no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I'll join you there anon. Man, in the trailer, the way it paused on the Aetheryte just for a moment when the trailer was showing Sharlayan, I wondered if it wasn't a nod to the Aether Andes. Hey guys, remember to attune. Yes, we'll see you there. You guys remember that moment? I too have places to see. Goodbye. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Peace. But I could... Oh. Yeah, she wants him. Well, Graha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course. If you'll have me. Come, Robin. Charlene awaits. Nod. Why is he there? Oh, he's just wandering around? No, it's not wild. It says wind up. But he was all the way over here. Alright. Just confused me. That was a debate and a half. Man, Robin's so beautiful. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. In the event you use the Ethernet, Grahatia will catch up to you so long as you remain in the same area. You can leave Grahatia behind, however, by entering a new area. You may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next, try speaking with Kryl. All set? Let's be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. Alright. While you're accompanied, you may encounter conversation points which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area, speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings. Are they just following me? With all the unusual wares coming and going at all times, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlian the same way it is in Eorzea. Nope. This place is called the Peristyle, and it's the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlene's pursuit of knowledge. Namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly keeps the attendants busy. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. I'm grateful to have Kryl's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. Okay, where am I going though? Over here. Wow, look at this shiny Ethernet. I think maybe I should click on it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I actually still haven't clicked on the main Ethernet, have I? The giant statue? Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldizini, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Any comments? This path leading out toward the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlene people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlians can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Sounds like freedom of religion. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. We approve. But we don't. Our God's the only God. Sharlian's the land of healers. Look at all the folks up here. Eating some food. Do they have separation of church and state? You mean like making churches tax exempt? I'm sure. Here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment toward cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the stadium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlotte. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Totaro has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Burger? Where burger? Give meat. Burger? I think that's a sitting area. Maybe this is the cafe? Oh my god, there's no one in line. Hello, Dickon. Welcome to the last stand. As the final and some say only bastion of fine dining in Sharlayan, we guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. Yep, but that's it? Where burger? He won't sell me burger. Oh man. I want a burger now. I kind of do too. It's actually been an unbelievably long time since I had a hamburger. Trying to eat all healthy and whatnot. Man, this place is packed. It's so busy. But there's a seat over here. Smite Utia? Any relation? Smite Utia and Grahatia. There we go. Hello, Viminal. Thank you for eating with me. Let's have some food. He is a title meaning they're not the alphas and can't mate. All Graha's gotta do is talk to Twitch chat and he'll be allowed to mate as much as he wants. What's the dish to your left? It looks like a pretzel. Archon burgers! Wait, Archon burgers. Oh, okay. I'm worried. I hear Archon before anything in food, and I'm worried it's going to be dried fish chopped up in bread again. Concocted by the staff at the last stand, the sandwich is as nutritionally sound as it is delicious. Archon burgers, thank you. That's what we needed. I have to stand up to eat it. Burger. Goodbye, everyone. It was wonderful seeing you. I hope you enjoy your meals. We have consumed burger. Alright. Grahan Kryl still with me? An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what is essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. Northeast to the Agora, the marketplace. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes. I give up, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. Don't say ultimate. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. Let's go attune. Alright, and then we're heading to our next location. We made Kryl run. Yeah, but she runs so fast. Look at her go. Ah, some fountains. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. I thought no endwalking today. Yep, that was a trick. Someone needs to show him the phallus. Whoa! No, no one needs to show me the phallus. I've got a phallus of my own. You walked on the water? That was just a fountain. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Elected representatives. I love to hear it. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Graha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlan. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. This place is basically fantasy Athens? 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 Listen, when I got here, I was greeted by restrictive immigration policy, suspicion of foreigners, hamburgers, democracy, and, of course, an abundance of book learning. It's clearly America. This here's God's country. What part of the America is Athens in? Athens, Georgia, my friends. Athens, Georgia. Obviously. Where are the guns? I'm sure a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state will be well represented here, in God's country. I have no doubt that we'll find the weapons, if we need them. Where's the Tree of Liberty? We got some Liberty water to pour on it. This does look really cool. Didn't the Greeks invent democracy? You mean George Washington? This is so cool. Is Robin an Instagram model? Of course Robin's an Instagram model. Greeks got slaves though? Well, luckily, that was never the case in the land of the free and the home of the brave. We finally found a distinction. These guys are just... Graha's like, what the hell are you doing, Robin? Ether Andes are eating good tonight. Hey Azur. Yeah, I lied. I tried to tweet it out and put it in Discord as well. Make an OnlyFans for Robin? I feel like that might eventually hurt my ego. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Junkrempf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelieu. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down toward the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path directly below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Robin. Azor, thank you so much for the gifted subs, my friend. I really appreciate the support. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the support. I'm gratified that everyone's enjoying my stream so much that they want to support it. Thank you, thank you. Miss checking in with Estinian. That was an amazing scene. It was super funny. Very, very amusing. It's a beautiful city and I really enjoy the music. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. A little bit of snippiness there. Right, we cross this bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. More beautiful than real Athens? Well, another distinction then. Mythic Plus plans canceled? No, we did Mythic Plus for a couple hours this morning, and then we did raid for a while, but the raid was way shorter than I expected. Normally, when we have raid days, we fill the entire time. If we finish early, we do more bosses or get another raid going. But today, we didn't. We just stopped. Hey everyone! Hey Lily! Another Ethernet shard, oh my goodness. Have to go to work to catch the VODs later. Azor, enjoy your work. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for the support. I truly appreciate it, bottom of my heart. I hope work goes well, and I hope you enjoy the VODs later. Vi has been working all day preserving the VODs from this MSQ journey and putting it together into a playlist for y'all. So, despite my laziness and ineffectiveness as a streamer, we have now made sure that the VODs will remain in perpetuity instead of being deleted. Good job, Vi. The Casual Professional, thank you for the sub. I appreciate the support. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I've brought Robin and Raha with me. You were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Robin. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Tsujika. It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Tsunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Valdesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kryl and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. I still remember Minfilia's many phone calls to Kryl and the Sons of Baldesion, and first learning of the misfortune that had befallen their island and their non-responsiveness for a while. Tragic. First, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the engine, so please feel free to make yourself at home. The nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad, we would slip into the engine just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Oh my. What's the word? Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Well. Hey guys. Let's take a look at our room. Clean sheets and warm blankets await. Rest as long as you like. Look at all those books. Did someone trick them about what Robin is and what Robin does? What's he gonna use these for? Plates, maybe. That's a nice bathtub, maybe? Or place to wash dishes? Unclear. Look at all these crystals. That's for washing your face? That's not the thing that most needs washing, though. Can you not, like, have people come to your room? Is no one else allowed in? What if you get one of the... What if you know when you're poor and you can't afford a house and you get a room in someone else's house? Can people go to those? They frown upon conjugal visits. I can understand why. Snoo interfering with the studying. Hey Katie, good evening. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Are we
Come
missing
what may,
someone?
We must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
I, of course, am a big fan of proactive diplomacy, as well as proactive self-defense.
Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones.
Who? Oh, he meant
It was
Frank.
as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he'd simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
Frank is daddy. Yeah. Except we don't call him daddy anymore. If you disown your kids, you don't get to be a father anymore either. But I'm not saying Farchinault or whatever, so we call him Frank. Fuckface Frank for short.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
Fix it.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
We know one of those. When you say Urianger, you sound very French. Yeah, but I like Urianger. I don't like Frank.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Okay. Alright.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Yeah, that's fair.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Wait, who's coming with me?
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair.
Oh, there's Estinian. Is he always
Thoughts?
there?
Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Man, that's a squad. The boys are gonna have fun.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Nod, nod, nod. Nod. Sequential nodding. Nods all around. Alright. Well. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right. You'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. I'm curious why? Why what? The Confluence, you say? I'm afraid so, my friend. You'll remember that when we hunted Iceheart... What? You'll recall the hunt for Iceheart, into whose sanctuary we delivered you owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbrita. Right. That's right. We used that knowledge to teleport me to the Aetheryte that I had not been attuned to. I remember. Yeah, my translator broke down at that point. Moonbrita was an authority on etherology, a field of study she embarked upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? No. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, I chickened out. As it has the many other times I thought to reach out to them after sending them the letter. I don't know what I should say, so I've said nothing. Whether you come with us or not is your choice, and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Wow. Estinian not saying cease your mewling, old man. It grates my ears. Very kind of you, I'm sure, but I'm not going to leave you behind. I will go to the Confluence and I will face the music. If it's settled, let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Alright, Leaf, you said something, but I didn't see what it was. I don't suggest a route, but I recommend Charlian first. Oh. But I was, you know, Dankred, Urianger, and Estinian all in one band. I feel like, you know, Robin. Robin belongs on Team Daddy. Don't you think? Alright, let's see. They're at the Confluence in order to get to Thavner, and Kryle is over that way to look at the books. No, it's fine, it's fine. I was teasing. I trust Leaf. If it's better pacing or whatever, we'll do it. I'm gonna have to do them both. It does not matter. It will all be fine. Besides, it's not like Robin also doesn't belong with Graha and Kryle and the rest of the scholars. Robin's been known to contribute some meaningful looks, some sullen silences, a nod or two when engaged in research activities before. Long stream today? I don't know. We'll see where it feels good to stop. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Charlin's greatest collections of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlin is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Stola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once we've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Wait, Kryl, but the last time I went to a library in the Crystarium, the librarian read me the picture books. I don't know. Ah. That's a lot of books, man. The faded title on the spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. Read the book. Yeah, why not? During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Nunkrem, founder of Charlin, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than the strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture come bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin. And the more their wisdom spread through the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. Man. That's cool and all, but what's the point of all that knowledge if you ain't got no guns to keep it with? Teach a man to build some stuff and you'll have some stuff, but teach a man to use a gun and he'll take your stuff and make you dead. It sounds all wrong to me. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. Man. 15 years too late. A decade and a half too late. Oh well. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun, and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is wrong about so many things. Fake learning, it's just like fake news, only worse, because you have to read it. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. Larger numbers of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 2001 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Hey, I found a book. Go back to pure democracy. There ain't nothing more pure than electing representatives fairly, with everyone given equal say, that they may individually be lobbied by the most knowledgeable and civically interested amongst us. You can't trust just everyone to do the job. Only rich old white folk. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliac and the Drovanian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. And Elijah thought Mizuzu was reading murder novels. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkremph. Nunkremph was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkremp's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkremph wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkremph gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the Forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and await your companions. Of course I had to try that. I wonder if my character is also just kind of standing there gazing blankly into the distance when I do these cutscenes. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I had borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks would mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. Wait, I wasn't supposed to read the whole book? It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we are not to be allowed across the threshold. I don't think pronouncing Jungkrempf is hard. Yeah, me either. I think I'm doing it perfectly. Too many hard consonants in a row. I can't say it. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand its position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. Oh, that is some copium. What of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well. My situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsebard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makot to serve as laborers. Well, wasn't that nice of them to give those people jobs? That's some trickle-down economy working the way it's supposed to. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Alligan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. What is that word, Katie? Special Lake Prox a plan Ligna stabilizing period. So I guess in translation that means when you get old, you have to plan for a stabilizing period. That makes sense. Special Lakapraxis Plan Lignig Stabilisering Perioda. Wow, I'm actually really good at Danish. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Aminus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Is that a medical or scientific term? I have no idea. Maybe it's Danish's version of anti-disestablishmentarianism. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Alligan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Alliganai no longer passed to our eldest children as reliable as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Alliganai, I was given over the custody of friends and the students of Baldesian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, wasn't he? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlians than you might think. Try this one? No. Looks Welsh, and Welsh isn't a language. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn. And with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. Doesn't look Welsh? It does look Welsh. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 consonants in a row! Only Welsh does that. I'm Welsh? I'm sorry, my friend. Your language is unpronounceable. No, I'm not talking about the Nord one. There's a different one that's Landfair Pulgiwingalogerakal Dobble Winsigogo. That's the Welsh one. The other one is obviously Nordic. After all, it starts with Nord. Yeah, I've seen the clip about the weather dude pronouncing the Welsh town. I know about that one. But I know that's Welsh. This is why you speak English? I don't speak English or any other foreign language. I speak American. I speak American. Listen, we Americans, we love foreign countries. We name all our cities after foreign countries. New York, Athens, Georgia. Why, here in Missouri, we've even got ourselves a Versailles, Missouri, and a Cairo, Missouri. We love foreign countries. Oh, you didn't know about Versailles? Well, about 110 years ago, one young man with a lot of money wanted to find himself a town, and he had a daughter what loved France. And this little girl, she says to her daddy, "Daddy, I just love France. Do you think we shouldn't ought to name this town after a French city?" And he said, "Why, surely, sugar. We can name this town after a French city. What you think about Versailles? Ain't that just a purty name?" And she said, "Oh, yes, Daddy, I love it." And that's why we've got ourselves a town named Versailles. And that's how it's pronounced. True story. We've also got Cairo, Missouri, because some other young lady had a daddy what loved Egypt. So they named their city Cairo. What's funny is we've got a state named Nevada, right? But some schmuck in Missouri named their town Nevada. We got a Nevada here. I don't know why, because the state's Nevada. Talking is hard, folks. If you were gonna buy a city for your girls, name it after a foreign place and mispronounce it, what would it be? That's a good question. Well, my daughter, as it happens, also loves France. So if little Gwendolyn came up to me and said, "Oh, Daddy, can we name this town after a French city?" I guess I'll just have to call it Marseilles. That's your city? Is it really? Man, Marseille is actually a fascinating city. It is so old. It has an astonishing history. I would love to visit someday. Okay, enough making fun of America. But I'm not joking. We have a city called Versailles. I've been there. You fell out of character. Every now and then, every now and then I fall out of character. Oh. Is Washington named after the British dude? Wait, I don't get it. You talking about George Washington? The man who never lied and chopped down a cherry tree? No love for Eastern Europe? Well, of course not. They're commies. You think we're gonna name any of our cities after Reds and communists? Try pronouncing. Oh, yep. Washington. Washington has a lot. Eastern Washington, the state Washington, all the way off on the west coast, has a lot of cities named after, as I understand it, some local indigenous people's words, and they are impossible for most Americans to pronounce. From Romania with love. Romania is another place I would love to visit. Awesome history there. Washington. There are people who say Warsh. That's true. I got threatened by a Marseille dude to shoot my face when I spotted his scam. I wouldn't recommend. Oh my goodness. That sounds not so good. Well, luckily if you visit America, you never have to worry about anyone shooting you in the face. Worcester is impossible for Americans. You mean Worcester. But of course, the way it looks is Worcester. I don't know why y'all British over there gotta mangle our language. Just write a word with 3 or 4 syllables in it and then only pronounce 2. Every single word for a place name in England's got 6 or 7 syllables, of which you only pronounce 3. You just leave random ones out. Lies? No, it's true. It's true. You just leave them out. I'm from Birmingham, and the emphasis on ham is upsetting, but we just love ham. It deserves some emphasis. We've got a Birmingham down here in Alabama. What you mean we're saying it wrong? It's our name. If you hate our place names, you shouldn't have stolen most of them and stuck new in front of it. Well, new is always better than old. Taking other people's stuff is better than making your own. And we only took the good ones, like York. which even hardly anyone can mess up York. Why it's Kansas but Arkansas? I don't know. Try pronouncing yurt, I guess? I'm not sure. It looks like yurt to me. It's our Kansas. It's Arkansas. New Orleans? More like Arkansas. I don't know. True, but this is a fun conversation. Orléans is a French city. True, but New Orleans is American. Thank goodness the music's so good. Alright. I'll stop. It's exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Amen, brother. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Robin. More company should be arriving any moment now. Well, she's still there. Y'all thought I was stalling. She must be streaming too. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. I was there. Well, I was at a simulated there. My thanks. Now where to begin? Good night, Ms. Kaz. Rest well, and thank you so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. I hope you had fun. First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power summoned from the ether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. Which is what Robin would actually say. We've seen how Robin's memory is, considering how he reconstructs Titan. Yes. The unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. Not role-playing. It's at moments like these where Robin's interests and mine diverge. Because I need to look smart for the stream, and Robin only needs to look purty. That's the terrible freedom that the beautiful have. And the terrible burden of the ugly like myself. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Stolla surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Assassins. Which, you know, would make sense since they're the same people. Was there anything else of note heralding the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed by a disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alphino, you can answer this one. Alright, let's see what they say if I do roleplay it. Me? Well, as you wish. The Amaratines were debating the cause of an anomaly which had been observed in the lands across the sea. By this fact alone, we can deduce that the final days occurred not all at once the world over, but rather had a point of origin from which it began to spread. Others also spoke of a keening sound rising from the land itself just before a region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's Mehmets and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? Oh man, these are good ones. They knocked Dalamud from the sky thousands and thousands of years before it was created. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal, but only some of them. There was another faction that summoned Hydaelyn to prevent that tragedy. Oh right, or might have had Venet and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Yeah, this quiz is for skippers. This is the kind of thing that when I leveled way back when, I would have had just clicked randomly until it let me through. There were times when I was doing that quest when I did the same thing, 3 or 4 times in a row, not realizing that I was failing to progress because I had to pick the correct option. Because I'm over here watching Netflix, just clicking as needed, skip, 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 space, 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 skip, space, skip, space, look over, wait, this looks familiar. Have I been here this whole time? Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with these towers of theirs. It's forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? The name of the Moogle? The one who wanted me to say his name? He was Moghan. And he was very offended if anyone thought that he was Moglin, the gigantic, overstuffed king. Are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but it's time we began studying these research papers. Alright. Let's start studying the research papers right here. Yeah, Music Master, we're still in the short-term memory stage. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Kubal Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the uncentered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Is Jesse knocking everyone off Lore Master podium? Yep. Challenge anyone to a Lore Master quiz. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Frank with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it's being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Can't keep ignoring NPC dialogue. I can't click on all the NPCs because that's stalling. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. I talk to the NPCs when it's like super momentous and I want to. It's happened 3 or 4 times. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Good night, Antiora. Sleep well. Maybe I should stop soon. The folks are getting tired. You labor for what feels like an age as Stola's research assistant. Hello, Kryl. Oh dear, you look exhausted. What about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a Mehmet at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. You might be occupied with our research for quite some time. We're gonna do some research now, Robin. You go take a little nap, okay? You know how grouchy you get if you don't get a little nappy nap. Ready for a tea break, Robin? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are gonna calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down on the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Okay. Let's go have some coffee with Alice at the last stand. And a burger. A burger too. That's the wrong one. I went to the wrong one. That's okay. It's down here. Burger with coffee. Hamburgers go good with everything. Coffee, water, juice, whiskey, beer. It's all good. Ideally, all at once. That is so cute. Everyone's sitting on a bench together. As busy as ever, I see how very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alice is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Alice behind by entering a different area, or by speaking with her and selecting the option to part ways. Alright. Perondier. What? What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, I respectfully request you look elsewhere. Well, you misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering... I don't see her. Where is she talking from? We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait! You're that House Levelier girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are, giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've nothing to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Robin. Yeah, that guy's a jerk. Hi, Lily. Hello, Hildois. Yes? I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levelier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Frank that I was helping you... I see. We are sorry to have bothered you. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alice I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? Nope. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levelier. No matter how discreet Frank may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on an apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? Nod. Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We're just finishing preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're settling down to food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure, I love doing chores. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of the regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makot gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I love how he's told, hey, we're investigating the end of the world. And he's like, sure, but do you also want to serve some food? Place the correct dish at the first customer's table. Have some tea. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa what? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. There's a worker shortage? That's true. It seems like everywhere you go, people are trying to hire. It's so hard to get employees willing to work for nothing. You folk ordered the omelet. Finally, 2468. Let's begin. No time to waste. Is that an omelet? I guess so. It's got a sauce on top. What? The Talafroi. Oh yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Rest of the world ain't our problem. Let them go to hell whichever way they want. Oh my, you guys ordered the lobster. Gonna have a fine time with the lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, so forth and so on. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. By all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If those Talafroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. Never been this hectic before. Not like this. Okay, bye. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Anirin, thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. Sounds like a cover-up. A conspiracy. Good night, Voldar. Sleep well. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. She said tea? No, she didn't. She said coffee. She said coffee both times. But I did want a burger. Oh no, you can't eat shellfish? I love seafood. Especially shellfish. My favorite food in the world is shellfish. Oysters. Crab. Lobster. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian?
Yeah, maybe.
Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
Look at the coffee steam.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Stop it. It's copium. Being civil to someone being unbelievably rude and toxic. It's not your fault, ever. Hey, Light. Yeah,
they must
I
be
did
ferrying
lie.
goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Sounds like a zoo. Or animal experimentation.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Dun dun dun. What are they planning? How do you feel about the English VAs? I think they're good. I think the Japanese ones were good too. Alright. Let me see. When are we starting tomorrow? So tomorrow we're starting Mythic Plus at 1300, which is an hour later than I usually start. So I think we can go for a little bit longer tonight. And then the Mythic Plus will be followed by MSQ. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Pick one side and hate the other. Tribalism is very, very fun. Alright, let's go speak with Kryl. How long Mythic Plus? I'm not sure, but we usually stop at like 1800. So, I mean, that would be a pretty long session, 5 hours. I would guess it'll be 1300 to 1800 Mythic Plus, and then MSQ will be from 1800 until probably 23 or 24 or 25 or 2600. One of those options. Is that in American time? Mythic Plus starts at 6 in the morning, US Central, and MSQ starts at 11 in the morning, MS Central. Did you notice the music when you were skipping things? No. I had it muted so that I could watch Netflix. Welcome back, Robin. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. But Mythic Plus was raids, we have Mythic Plus dungeons. Ah, raids? Right, so raids aren't Mythic Plus. Raids are LFR difficulty, which is story mode, normal, heroic, and mythic. Mythic is just the hardest difficulty of raids. It's like ultimate. Dungeons also have normal mode, which is story, heroic mode, which is beginning of expansion gearing, mythic mode, which used to be the hardest version of dungeon, and then when they added the new version, it became known as Mythic Plus. And Mythic Plus dungeons are the dungeons that escalate in difficulty as high as you can go. If you do the dungeon in time, it goes up a level of difficulty. If you do that one in time, it goes up a level of difficulty. If you fail to do it in time, it goes down a level. That's Mythic Plus. It's a dungeon speed running game. Minigame. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. Certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put in motion. Gives new mechanics to mobs. If you're talking about affixes, yes, that's true. How good are the rewards? They're useless. What's the objective? Entertainment. If you do Mythic Plus to a certain level that's relatively easy, then you get a new mount. And then if you do it to another level that's extremely hard, you get a title. Those are basically the only rewards. Let's see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Robin and Alice learned at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Sarah, you're right. You can watch tomorrow and learn some more. My father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetuated by the Telafroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. How hard can I go? Oh, I'm something of a big deal in the Mythic Plus community. I'm not sure that there's much of anyone in the world that has entered and lost as many MDIs as I have. I do not think it is stretched to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, The Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That'd be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Key downgrading if you don't meet the timer is bad. Tom, I agree with you now that they've implemented a new way of lowering your keys, but you have to remember that's new. And the key downgrading is based on the older system where there was no other way to lowering it. In that older system, where you didn't have a vendor you could go to and say, please lower it, it makes a lot of sense for your key to downgrade if you fail, because how else would you ever do the key, right? If you can't do the 16, you fail, it turns into a 15, now you have a shot of completing it. If it just stayed at 16, you're just blocked. You're done. Can't do any more dungeons. So I think it's forgivable at the moment, though now that there's this new system, I do agree they should change it. And give you the option of either lowering it or keeping the same one and trying again. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alice and try not to fall behind. Okay, sure thing. Off we go then. They should have made her walk at RP walking speed so that it feels more natural to RP with her. You miss her dialogue? Is she talking? Nope. Oh, now she is. Now we run! Try to keep up! She talks? Yeah, I'm not sure I was missing out on that. This is more... It's so fluffy, right? It was fluffy. It was fluffy, that's true. All she's saying is which way to go. Never miss an Alice dialogue. Alice is one of my favorites. She's good and she's brave and she's passionate. I like her. What was fluffy? The Moogles were fluffy. Ysayle had never seen a Moogle. And Chai was like, you have to talk to Ysayle. It's so important to the lore. Please go talk to Ysayle. And I allowed them to bait me into it for the second time that was. And she said, they're so fluffy. Chat cried wolf about so many NPC talk conversations. Still worth it. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Down? At least say a Toon Andes. Man, everyone's in a Toon Andy today. Nice. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Emmett's dialogue was good. Emmett's dialogue was pretty good. But you guys ruined it by making me do friggin' Anor, who said ... the first time, and you sail It's So Fluffy, and all these other garbage ones that I was like, you guys are just baiting. This is like, check the weather. It's worthless, and I should never do it at all.
Sun within a fabricated sky.
You were actually...
In any age,
Boy
exist
crying
those
wolf.
who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Gotta go ahead and
Aren't
move
those
to sleep.
people
Good night,
gleaners?
Sana. Rest well. Thanks for hanging out today.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Trial?
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Trial, you okay? What happened to the guitar music? What? I don't know what that instrument is, but I do not like it. You know what I'm doing? Hauling books. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Man, Dobbin likes to talk. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Dreamer hates Endwalker music. It's all been good until now. You here to help or give me more headaches? 'Cause you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Aaronville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. How do you know you listened like 2 seconds? How do you know you didn't like the food? You only had one bite. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snorbleberry 1060. Or were they 1061? Arg. My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corthan carrots to Girabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Tiev has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. And anxiety. I can still hear it. I turned it back on. Guys, if you're mad, I turned it back on. Any luck, Robin? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The form is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Robin, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined toward a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Oh no, I have to catch the marmots. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Hunting? All right. Let me just get my gun. You wish to help me find the marmots? I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Aaronville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For our mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Yeah, I do think Robin needs a machine gun. I mean, shotgun. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees of the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Alright. Anyone see any marmots? Any varmints? Are you a marmot? Are you a marmot? Oh, there's a marmot. Ba-da-dum-dum. Da-da-da-da. Time for hunting. Oh shit, that's a coyote. Chirp, squeak, no more shadows. I turned them off because of my PC overheating. I can probably turn them back on, but it's been fine all day. What's semi-auto? Semi-auto means that you can fire it really fast, but you have to pull the trigger each time. What happened to the weapon I crafted you? I'm wearing my best weapon, I'm pretty sure. I just click best gear. I'm sorry if I lost something, Elia. Not intentional. Stream's gone. Oh, shadow joke. I did clean it. I can probably turn the shadows back on. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Well, shoot. We still gotta find this mouse. Squeeze, not pull. True, that's true. You're wearing crypt lurkers? Yeah, that's true. Why have semi-auto when you can go full auto? It's a good question. After all, the founders intended us to be able to carry machine guns around. What's the point of a well-regulated militia if you can't take on an army by yourself? Put blood, sweat, and tears into the stuff. Well, I appreciate your efforts. Squeak! The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Da-da-dum, dum. Dum, dum. Ba-dum, dum. Listen to the battle music. If I listen to the battle music, I'm gonna have to listen to all of the music. This isn't bad. This is okay. lot of people didn't know well-regulated means something different. Yes, sir, Bob. That's true. The only good regulation is a dead regulation. And that's why my well-regulated militia is a militia with no regulation at all. I'm still waiting to hear back on my application for a howitzer. Squeak! Squeak! You succeed in closing the sack over your elusive query. I didn't turn it off. The music just stopped. You want me to hear the battle music? I couldn't hear it over the sound of my star diver. All I hear is pure awesome. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What's going to happen to him now? That's for the Forum to decide. They're the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job is but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption, easy to breed. Those are the 2. Consumption? Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Robin. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who is looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryle of the Students of Baldesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why I made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Whiskey. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum, but the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telephoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And thus the Telophoroid's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon. From there, we can reach the lower... Oh no! Throw wide the gates again? Kryl! What's wrong? I'm fine, truly. This sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache, that's all. Nothing that'll stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Nod. It is raining. Here, between you. Man, we're at different heights. Look at our short king. Wait, where am I going? All the way down here for a quest called Glorified Ratcatcher. You said night theme is good. This one's pretty good. I like this. Height is a social construct, just like age. And clothing. Behold, the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. Are you a member of the Libertarian Party? Nah, them's too liberal for me. Down with pants? That's what I always say, but it never seems to work. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Assume we go to the other place? No. chat. You have to always do your homework before going out partying with the boys. Oh, it's Sparkly. Thank you, Mizuzu. Thank you, Rui. We had to go do our homework with Kryle before we went out partying with the boys. Archean Custodian. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archean's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesian. But is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? No. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? This is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it'll be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for the moment, shall we? Time to go party with the boys. Students of Baldesian. You were trying to block my exit, but I spawned outside. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Okay, let's do some chores. Anyone need some strong backs? Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Well, actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal? Squeal. Odd as little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. A bemused student. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Who needs help? Ah, the bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack engaged of some manure task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. Alright, we help him do what he's doing, and then help him go downstairs, and then we're in. This mount is so loud. Doesn't go with the music at all. Quiet. You'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is very close. You want to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. Okay. I'm gonna shoot me a bird. Does it say caw? It does. Americans too good at this? Unironically true. Did y'all get time off school for deer hunting? Yes, actually. Oh damn, that's an American. 1 shot, 1 kill. People in this game ought to be able to learn from that example.
A fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
You sound kind of like Runar.
There you are. Any new revelations?
They let me shoot something, is what Robin would say.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
The court are Norwegian and the bunnies are Icelandic. Oh, so that's why they sound the same then.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Sorry, Tom.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Man. He's almost as pretty as Robin is. What a beautiful man.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
Would pick Aaronville because of his voice? But what if Robin sounded like me?
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Animal experimentation?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
It's fine.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Broker guy to care about a guy? Nah, he's just pretty. I haven't learned enough about him to know whether I care about him or not yet.
Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Good day. Why do you have an extra pair of boots?
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
If he walks all day? That doesn't really explain it unless his boots like wear out in a day. There's some trolls under the bridge. Something's got Persea. I think you're in the way. I want Giesel greens. I can just jump over you. See? Too easy for dragoons. Oh God, they coming. What about you? You seem to have things well under control. Let's say it's screwed. I mean, if she wants, yeah. Well, not anymore. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. I'll save you, Persea. And then we can fight them together. Wait, what just happened to my Benny? Flashbang him, that'll work. Oh my God, what is this new holy? It's so beautiful. Alright, well, we're all blind now. We did it! Thank you. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the train ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. we can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Remind me how to turn other people's effects on. Is it character configuration? I don't know. Filters? Character? Battle effects. Let's show everything. Until DSR starts again. Oh my goodness. There's a whole crew down here in the dungeon. Fine looking crew though. We brought sunglasses. Defeat any enemies that appear. Man, look at that spear. Alright. We've defeated the monstrosities of the cave that's... Wait, this is a cave in a cave, isn't it? Wow. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, the specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration. We should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Is that tank shooting? The tank is shooting stuff. Holy moly. I'm so proud. It always brings a tear to my eye to see fellow Americans exercising their Second Amendment rights. To keep and bear all the weapons the founders intended them to have. Like tanks. It's the pyramid grapes. And some pumpkins. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Muriel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More noticeable successors might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, would you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Gather information at Muriel Agronomics. Oh my god, Miyu's looking mighty farmery. Some good hard work with your hands, just like God intended. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos modeled it, a region in the south of Ilsabard. Sunlight, you say? It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory as ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Aminus. No corn, nothing more American than corn. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Do I have anything to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. I love the music here. Yeah, me too. This is one of my favorite songs. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here, anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we'd be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. He's so tall. And he's got flowers. We like flowers. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Background music.
But they're
Nothing
more
I can do
than
right now.
pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Can you BGM? No, I can't.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Wow. That was a lot of stuff to say. About some cool flowers.
Have you learned aught of interest?
They've got cool flowers.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Hello,
Look,
friend.
there. I think that's Erenville.
It is Erenville. You can tell by the extra pair
A
of
little
boots.
difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
True.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryle?
Oh,
Staring at
yes,
the flowers.
that certainly sounds like a plan.
Yep, she heard
I'm
it all.
glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
All right. Our plan is to sneak in and eavesdrop. Cure to shambling, no music. Guys, please. There was nothing in that scene that would shamble me regardless. Didn't mean to be dropping no eaves. Begging your pardons. Alright guys, I think I'm going to call it here for the night. The plan tomorrow is WoW in the morning, so you got plenty of time to watch VODs or do whatever it is you like to do, sleep in. And then at around 1800 or 1830, swap to MSQ and continue Endwalker. And see where we end up. I have to admit, this whole expedition into the cave within a cave to investigate where